Good afternoon, Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers worldwide on a variety of platforms who are watching this broadcast live. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for contributing to our charitable fundraising campaigns, and first of all, thank you for being our very valued community members from the day one, really, since the channel started. I had a wonderful weekend, my friends. It's been a bit different to what we had here on the channel of late, and the overall activities were dedicated to the fundraising for Bungie Foundation, and this is a charitable foundation aligned with Bungie, and the charity that provides lots of different services for very ill children, and also they contribute towards the UN natural disaster relief. So there's quite a lot of different services that the foundation is involved with. I didn't really realize that the campaign linked to Bungie Day this year was extended for 2 weeks, or 17 days in fact, so therefore I didn't really start with that at an earlier stage, which I could have done, and it's just down to my own mismanagement, I have to confess. But I did manage to catch it at the tail end of the campaign for Saturday and Sunday, and basically, just to put you in perspective, what I usually do here is I have regular streams which are dedicated to a particular game. The game in question is obviously Destiny. In the past we've had community-based events that were linked to other games like Apex and Warzone. For instance, Warzone was the very prominent game here for the pandemic. Very vibrant, very alive of gamers who joined us, and we had many matches throughout the pandemic on every single day, keeping everyone's hopes alive and keeping everyone very healthy, alert, occupied, fully interactive, compared to people who were stuck indoors and having difficulties with any form of comms with their relatives and friends. So we really tried to dispel the myth, the problem of alienation during the pandemic by being very involved with online activity every single day. So these were my community-based events at the time, and as I sort of reworked the channel somewhat in recent months, we are having the basic premise here for the channel to operate, that is basically to support other people, support the most vulnerable, people experiencing difficulties, people with mental health problems, anyone who's suffering from any form of disability, people stranded because they're facing homelessness, having financial problems, having difficulties in adjusting to the lives of their families. The list just goes on and on. So this forum here is for that. We are not here to be training people to do competitive gaming, but we have many competitive gamers, so members of our community, who are doing charitable works and want to be helping others. So I need to make a distinction. We talked about this recently live on air a few times, and there were some questions also raised by some of our participants and people who actually saw the podcast on Instagram. So I just want to really clarify, the competitive gamers in our community are here not to be competing. That's just the very important distinction. They're here to be providing assistance and help to those who are in the need. As you've seen recently, we've had some people coming in who are definitely competitive, skilled in running very highly competitive competitions or matches, but they came here to be training others in order how to do certain things, in order to get better, in order to just progress down the road within the Destiny universe, or indeed sometimes to help them emotionally or in any other way for which certain members could have been affected. So that is a very important distinction. So we don't provide here esports training or any form of competitive elements, but we do have esports gamers, or indeed the competitive participants who will be coming here in order to assist and help others who are in the need. Coming back to the Bungie Foundation, They have a branch called Little Lights, and that particular section of Bungie Foundation is dedicated to the improvement of the lives of the children who are spending, sadly, their time in hospital due to serious illness. They're introducing technology to hospitals, providing iPads and and tablets for children who are taken away from their parents, facing a serious health issue. Sometimes it's surgery, sometimes it's something more difficult and more complex, and really bringing smiles and joy to the faces of those kids who otherwise would be stranded and fearful. In fact, I talked about this during the weekend. Give my own personal example. I was having a surgery done when I was aged about 3, and similar to the children that you would see in videos that were made by Bungie Foundation and Little Lights, I was taken away from my family quickly because the surgery was to be performed. It wasn't nothing very serious, but it had to be done very quickly. And I remember going to hospital as many years ago, before we had the internet, before we had laptops and online comms, and feeling really quite frightened that I was just going into the hospital not knowing what will happen to me, and I knew that some surgery had to be performed in order for me to get better. And the overall experience of coming into the hospital, it was fairly dark, it was fairly cold, did have a major impact on me. In addition to that, there was a boy who had a bunk bed next to me, and he had scarring on his face due to some sort of accident which had burnt his face, and he was quite a scary sight, I must admit, for a child to see anyone. Was really quite an experience. So I know exactly what these children are feeling when they go into hospital, because I've gone through that myself. And the services that Little Lights and Bungie Foundation are providing is to alleviate that distress through video gaming and the introduction of technology into the hospital environment. We've seen with Microsoft, they've done, I guess I should say, even a step up. Obviously, they have much greater resources than Bungie, and they have integrated the Xbox Game Pass systems together with consoles at the St. Jude Hospital. So at that hospital, children could be playing games and talking to others and getting connected with family, relatives and friends and schoolmates, in fact, because obviously sometimes in America, this is my understanding, operated in a very good hospital, you may not be within the immediate, or go somewhere else within the US or within the state in order to get the surgery done, and far away from the family and being far away from friends and schoolmates is causing a significant amount of distress. So my Microsoft and Xbox team invested massively into that project, and I've seen some documentaries which were truly heartwarming. Bungie Foundation doing exactly the same, perhaps not on the same $1 trillion scale, but at the same time they're providing services that are also linked to the UN Natural Disaster Relief Fund, and they will be then once a year deciding where to really place the resources in order to remedy certain situations that are affecting some population around the globe, like for instance during the weekend we've seen in Rhodes and I can't remember, it was a couple of islands in Greece. Rhodes is one of them, definitely. They have massive fires, and they had to be evacuating dozens of thousands of civilians were spending time on these isles for their annual holiday, and the operation has been the biggest ever seen in Greek history, and the military and all other agencies have been involved. So this is a sort of natural disaster, or like for instance tornado in Milan the other day, in Central Europe, in Zagreb, Croatia, a hurricane that destroyed more than 2,000 properties and threatened life and of many ordinary citizens, and literally descended upon a city without any warning. 10-15 minutes, suddenly you had this hurricane emerging, and that's in the part of the world where these kinds of things are not really common. It was the first time ever that that sort of weather had occurred in those parts of Central Europe, and that itself is truly frightening. Coming back to Bungie Foundation, they provide a multitude. The most important services that they're most dedicated to is bringing smiles and joys to children who are in hospital. So that's Little Lights for you. If you go to the Bungie website, you'll be able to see the description of the charity is doing, and you have animated flicks and clips, and it's just really ideal for everyone to become a bit more familiar with the works and as to why this charitable foundation is so incredibly essential and very important for everyone. So coming back to the charitable fundraising campaign, I have seen their works and their campaigns in the past, but I've not been actively involved as a streamer, and I thought this was a wonderful opportunity, and I wanted to see how everything would work. Somewhat different to the Tiltify campaigns, which I'm presently running for one charity in Britain called Mind. Equally playful and definitely similar. Milestones were set up there on the website in order to reach certain targets. I guess the difference is in the sheer quantity of the target which allocated for a 6-monthly campaign that is generating funds for Mind, the UK charity, at £1,000. So every milestone will be increasing by 100, 200, etc. And for this one, it would have been just simply 10, 20, 30, 40, as we had the target of $100. And I've got to say, I was not having any expectations. I was just trying to really raise the profile of the campaign amongst our community, thinking that somebody will pick up and will get some donations. Actually, we had exceeded the target, and I'm just incredibly pleased and grateful to all of our community members who contributed, both with the donations and with the overall PR through which the campaign was being distributed and promoted to other people. Just probably my voice is going a bit, just probably I'll be back in a second. So coming back to that, really truly grateful to Zenith and My Starries who contributed financially and made this campaign so successful and possible. You guys, with your contributions and donations, had saved lives. You've seen on the website that $50, although it may not seem like a huge amount in the US terms, or you could say in Central European terms, would be phenomenally great in certain parts of the world where for $50 the entire set of medical supplies could be bought for a family that suffered from some sort of natural disaster. And that's fantastic. The actual threshold that Bungie had there as the a stepping stone for the first attempt or the first approach to someone who is some kind of mishap or consequence of a natural disaster that would have befallen upon them. So that we raised more than $100. It's once at the end of the. And if you are to be having a look at the postings on Twitter and Instagram, which already here on the chat, the Raw campaign had the target 777, so that would be let's say roughly around $800,000. And I'm not sure why they've chosen the number 7, but there must be a reason somewhere. I've not investigated this. However, the overall funds raised within that period had almost 1/3. So the actual funds raised were within range of $1,100,000, and all of that came from the Bungie and the video gaming community. I just want to stress one thing: not everyone who contributed is a member of our community, or indeed the community linked to Destiny. But people recognized that the Bungie Foundation are providing such valuable services for children and adults, and they want to contribute, and this is once a year. The reason they do it like this is they believe, lots of charitable fundraisers, that if we have a targeted window of opportunity, there will be a chance for people to contribute more, a bit like the fundraisers for people telephone and then provide certain funds, and then you have whatever, several hours to which people can be contributing, and then is a cut-off point. I will investigate if there is another way through which we can be continuously supporting the Bungie Foundation outside of what we had for the last couple of weeks, because I feel the overall support is equally necessary, and we can be raising funds at other times through other means. I need to investigate this and find out whether there are the means to which I can connect to Tiltify or any other platform. I'll talk to the executives who are running the company, and I'm just trying to think, just to tell you exactly. There is a Just bear with me. I need to find this information. It is called something else. It is called Donor Drive. So Donor Drive is the platform that the Bungie Foundation are using for fundraising, and they've stated now you'll be able to see on the page the people or the companies that indeed were able to raise the greatest amounts. And quite frankly, there were companies there raising more than within range of 17 to 20,000 pounds per piece, but these are the companies that have much greater resources. The vast majority of people who contributed were contributing with $5 to $25 contributions through many streamers around the world, and people who were supporting Bungie and the Bungie Foundation through their broadcast live on Twitch and YouTube. So the biggest amount of contributions is not the one that you will see right at the top when you look at the list, but it's everybody else who was indeed fully involved. So I'll give you the stats. The overall amount which had been raised for the foundation is 1,008,000. What is it? Yeah, it's just over $1 million, and then 696. So we are really talking, well, roughly, I said 1/3. That's 25% above the actual. So that is just slightly greater than $1 million, albeit the actual target is 700,000, and the overall number of the donations received was 18,390. So you could see that the very top would have been maybe 20 or 30 donations, or the companies gathering donations that were quite big. So these are really corporate donations, where the companies invested a great amount of money. But for the ordinary punters and viewers, it was small amounts, but in very large. With a very large number of contributors, and that's generally the way it works with charitable fundraising. It's not unusual. You'll have some companies investing, like some philanthropists, and people have a lot of spare cash who want to be supporting good causes, but also they'll get significant tax benefits if they invested. And I've been involved with several of these in London and Britain over the years, and I can tell you obviously in depth how the whole thing works, but that's not really what we want to spend our time on today. We want to be just praising our community members and everyone from the global video gaming community who is supporting. The Bungie Foundation is one of the first that had been spearheading this effort, and we've seen other companies following the suit over the years, but because they've been one of the first, they've had obviously some of the long-time contributors, donors and members, and I think in due course we'll see many more of those companies doing something very similar. The campaign I'm running for Mind, one of the first pioneering types of campaigns here in Britain, because I've not come across any other that was as well aligned to Instagram, Twitter, Tiltify video gaming community, and that's incredible. And I'm very pleased, as Mind are definitely one of the most important charities in Britain, catering for mental health and the well-being of those less fortunate members of our community on an everyday basis. So that's incredible, and that is most significant and most important, and I'll try to really raise the funds as much as I can. The only difference there is that as we have very many members of our community who are based in the US, it's quite unlikely that any of them will be investing in a UK-based charity that's not actually operating in the US. It's just plain logic. You will be investing in the services which are beneficial for your local community, or the services which are based in your country. The investment in the Bungie Foundation is different in that respect, as they are contributing towards the United Nations Disaster Relief Fund, and they're involved with some of the on the global scale. So that's significantly different compared to what you get with regional or local charities that do not have these kinds of resources or connections. And I find that to be particularly pertinent and particularly interesting. And also, I guess anyone who's experienced flooding in Germany, was it last year or a couple of years ago, where the entire towns were being small towns and villages were being completely destroyed due to the phenomenal downpour of rain. They would appreciate this, because they've had people coming in from the UN Disaster Relief Fund and people who are linked to the organizations and charities specifically dealing with natural disasters, so they were helped, in addition to the regional, local and federal government of Federal Republic of Germany. So at the end of the day, some of the services are applicable, like for instance British Red Cross or Red Cross in general, right? Because you have people going to war zones and helping those who actually need it the most. People who are suffering, people who are injured, people suffering from the disease. And don't forget, in a war zone, what you get is there's no access to medicaments. So a lot of people die because they can't be accessing medical services due to the armed conflict. And many of these charities do exactly that. They're providing services for people who are vulnerable, people who are ill in an area which is, hard to access, as you've seen recently with the wars that have been fought in the Middle East and Afghanistan, and now this dreadful war in Ukraine. There are lots of people who are stranded, people who didn't have enough time to get away, and also there are people who don't want to get away because they have nowhere to go. So these services and these charities will be providing everything that is necessary for those people to survive within anything which is humanly possible. Don't forget, there are threats in there to life which are beyond of what any charity can actually do. And so we said that more than $1 million was raised, so that's $1,008,969.73, and about 18,390 donations have been received. And altogether, in terms of the donors, so I'm not 100% sure whether this is the donors or the fundraisers. It doesn't say clearly. It says 1,993 participants. It may be that the number of 1,993 participants combines the donors and the streamers and the fundraisers. It may be all of them joined together. I'm not sure, and I'm just looking at all the other charities here, top fundraisers. Well, the vast majority of them had a certain amount stated as the target, and every one of them had actually exceeded. Well, the vast majority of them exceeded the target. For instance, I can see the target of 2,400, and this is a streamer who's very popular on Twitch and YouTube, Destiny Streams, and she managed to raise 15,000. So from 2,000, which was the target, she raised $15,040. So that is just, what is it, 7 times, it's 6.5 times more than what she was originally expecting to generate for the foundation. And these are just fantastic results, right? So that's absolutely heartwarming, and I'm so very happy and so very pleased. And like I said to our friend Zenith, they've been also running certain competitions. Just read this out for you. They said this year we'll be hosting our first 7-day surprises event. Each day 13th to the 20th we'll be giving away a special prize to win, thanks to our partner Numbskull Designs, and we are going to be announcing each day's prize at 10 o'clock AM Pacific time on Twitter, so be sure to follow at BungieLove. At BungieLove is the profile address of the Bungie Foundation, so make sure that you click on follow and follow them wherever you are, have them on your Twitter and Instagram. Updates will also be added to these schedules below. So I'll give you an example, and I think anyone who has been contributing would have been truly delighted to win one of those special prizes. So on the July the 13th they had signed Lightfall Collector's Edition. So it's like a big collector's edition with everything in it, and it's signed. Then you had July the 14th Destiny plush bundle, not sure what was in the bundle. July the 15th Drifter and Destiny. Then you have anyone who is in awe of the Crucible. They were getting Lord Shax's statue. Broner Brothers is here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, and welcome. I'm just telling everyone about the successes of our charitable fundraising campaign, which was run this weekend for the Bungie Foundation, the charity attached to Bungie that provides services for very old children and also provides funds and resources for the Natural Relief Fund on the UN level. So just telling everyone, it's a feedback on everything that's been accomplished, also a bit of a description and run the foundation and the charitable fundraising related. So coming back to anyone who loves the Crucible, for Sekapupu, I know he loves the Crucible. Sekapupu Oidinu, the person who is very, very frequently our community member present here with Destiny 1, he would have absolutely treasured that major big statue of Lord Shax had he been able to win it. And you know, if one was donating, there was always the chance that one of those terrific gifts could be won. For instance, in addition to that, on July the 17th, there was a Varric statue that was seen as a prize. And then there was July the 18th, the Witch Queen statue. Just think about it. If you have like 2 or 3 of these on your table, that is mouth-watering type of gallery display in the front room. And then you get on the July the 19th Sony PlayStation Game Code Bundle. So that would be probably quite a few different codes for a selection of games that will come out of Sony. I mean, no doubt Destiny full pack would be included, as obviously presently Bungie are aligned with Sony. And the only thing there in terms of the prizes, whether they were somewhat restricted to the territory of the US or Canada, and that includes Quebec, and therefore if anyone was from Britain or Germany or Greece, then they wouldn't qualify. Nevertheless, we as fundraisers are going to be getting some of our own to see what these are going like, what these ones are going to be like. And you know, so that's been a wonderful weekend. What our donors were getting, you can go to my Twitter and you will see that Zenith, our community member who had contributed substantially, had received a special emote, and we were testing this emote yesterday live on air. If you're interested how it worked, just go towards the end of my stream, yesterday's stream on playback. You'll be able to see we're testing it quite a bit, and which is about, well, I stand corrected, thanks to Zenith, I was able to receive the clip. On my behalf, there's some issue here with my clip station for some reason, which I need to remedy more or less immediately, and Zenith has sent it and then place it on Twitter and Instagram. So if you're interested what this looks like when you are being provided with the reward by Bungie, it's a very little emote. It looks really perfect. It's you know, it blends in so well with the campaign. You get first of all these radiating hearts which are springing up from your back, and they're glowing. They're really terrific. And then you have a heart above you which is like a balloon, and then when you want to talk to the streamer, obviously come to the streamer within the game at the tower, helm, anywhere else, and then you will have the option of the balloon, and then the donor is giving the balloon, which is a floating inflated heart, to the streamer, who then can be looking at it and waving it a bit. And it's just a really, really cool way of rewarding our donors. I think if we were looking at greater contributions, there would be other things given in those bundles. So there'd be quite a selection of different things. I think what Zen said was his ghost and the emote, and the emote is very pretty. You know, it's like a 2 footsteps at the front of the donor, which you need to step on, and once you step on, it'll give you the access to the balloon and all else. So really, really cool stuff. Delighted to see that we were able to, you know, fully mobilize this here on the stream, and everyone could really see it and enjoy it, and that's just altogether a remarkable experience. I've done lots of charitable campaigns in the past in a more traditional way, the old school, but I've not been involved with the new ones like these that we are presently running, or I should say the one which I just concluded, linked to the Bungie Foundation. We have a fundraising campaign here for the Mind charity, UK based people with mental health issues, and I will be continuing to do that for the next 5 months. Gone, so the campaign will be ending on the 31st of December. But anyone who had experienced you know, what mental illness is like, be it personally or to their relatives, families or friends, they would be able to contribute, and they will be able to get involved, their own personalized accounts, on what that's been like. So I'll talk about Mind on another day in depth, but today is all about the Bungie Foundation and all that we accomplished, because you know, I'm just so delighted that the target, which was very reasonable of $100 per one weekend, was exceeded, and we did manage to bypass the target, which means we had contributed more than expected, and every single cent will benefit either the children who are supported by Little Lights or the Natural Disaster Fund services. And that's fantastic. That is just something that really warms my heart and makes me feel really worthwhile and extremely happy. And also, for somebody who is a streamer, this has provided me with an additional energy and stimuli for me to do many more of these charitable campaigns. I think the scope for overall community engagement is there, and we can be mobilizing many other people to do exactly the same. And I'm very, very, very energized and highly encouraged to do a lot more. I just have to work out the strategy. Bungie Foundation is linked to Destiny, therefore Destiny gamers will be very keen to invest. Some other charities are not that closely aligned, but don't forget, if you have, for instance, Apex Legends Respawn game, to a specific campaign within a specific period of time, then lots of gamers who are doing the game will step in and help. So I need for my current campaign to see whether this can be accelerated or highlighted one way or the other. But we all learn as we go along, and at the end of the day, I think it is all really the lengthy process of learning. I learned a lot about the overall fundraising. I learned a lot about the charity, the Bungie Foundation, and I watched all the videos and documentaries which are on the YouTube channel. Most highly recommend them to everyone. In fact, I will be giving you one video straight away for all of you who are watching today, who were not here during the weekend, to see what this charity is doing, and how, for instance, the works that the charity is providing are revolutionizing people's lives, saving lives, enabling recovery, helping rehabilitation, particularly of those who've suffered serious illness, people who've gone through serious surgeries. And this boy Wyatt, who you will see in the documentary, he had suffered from tumours when he was a child, and due to the extraction of tumours. So he talks in this documentary about the battle between the darkness and the darkness, and how much more poignant can that be? But when you hear that from somebody who, he was fighting the darkness with light, he got to know all about this and felt really strengthened through various activities online with Destiny community. And it's just incredible. Everyone watch this video. I'll just post it straight away. Just bear with me. There we are, friends. That is the video, and we'll put this video up there as well. We'll pin it. Okay, so there we are, and I was truly delighted to have discovered both the video and all that the foundation is offering. So that is really, really heartwarming and highly recommended to everyone to watch and learn. It is when you see how everyone at Bungie went out to meet him when he came there for the first time, and it was just a lifetime event for Wyatt. He loved Destiny and the Guardians and played the game extensively with various community members, and to be able to go to meet everyone who created the game in a closed session, and what he managed to acquire through the online gaming and the engagement with their product, which is basically Destiny, is extraordinary. And I think this needs to be certainly seen as something quite spiritual and something as a huge motivating factor for many other people to get fully involved. Just remember, you don't have to be suffering from the same illness, but if you're having any sort of difficulty, that is the community where you can get involved and receive support. And do not feel shy, do not feel worried about your approaches or your words or whatever you say, because our community here will first of all welcome you, to embrace you, to bring you in, to train you how to play Destiny, and for you to talk. Talking can be live on air, but if we are talking about some deeply personal details, we'll do this outside of the broadcast, but it will be provided, and I certainly can direct you to the right sources, and indeed I can provide such counseling services and guidance personally by myself. So very important to keep this in mind. night. So that was a wonderful weekend, and thoroughly enjoyed every. It was a bit tiring, I have got to admit, because the streams were fairly lengthier than usual, and I find myself having a weekend that was different to what I've had of late. Very, very enjoyable, and also just to mention that our community-based events are usually delivered outside of our usual broadcasting hours. So you got the regular routine, like in the past. Excuse me, I was streaming between 10 o'clock a.m. and 3 o'clock p.m. UK time on everyday basis, and recently we've been streaming in afternoons, so it was from roughly 1 to 6 or 2 to 7 or so, and what we did the other day was somewhat different. And generally for our community-based broadcasts, which are going to be scheduled and aligned to a particular theme, we'll do it a bit differently. It's going to be a bit of a different format. Therefore, they are called community-based events. The only thing I regret is that I've not been promoting the campaign as much over the period of time. But as I said, it was more to do with the fact that I've not realised that Bungie Day was ended. I thought Bungie Day was going to be on that Friday, on the 13th of July, and then weekend. And because I've been very tied up during that weekend and on that Friday, in fact I was in London throughout that period, there's been no chance for me to contribute. But obviously I caught up with it, and 2 days was sufficient for me to feel fully enthusiastic and fully energized, and certainly given some fuel for the future ventures. That's what's critical. Don't forget, it's very disappointing when somebody is running a major campaign and actually, by major campaign I mean something which is extensive, that takes a bit of time, requires a major input in every way imaginable, from the works that are linked to write-ups or promotion, PR, doing things by attending various events. And these things can happen. These things can happen if one is not pitching the right sort of crowd, as many people are indeed experiencing financial hardship and they're in no position to volunteer funds for such services. At the end of the day, it is all down to the overall system which is applied. If the system is very good and very fertile and rewarding, and then lots of different people who are interested, who want to be involved, who raise the PR. Don't forget, we have about 8 billion that are giving instant access to such information, and it does take a bit of time. I think for any charitable to have a degree of preparation and for things to be done in advance, so that the communities can be prepared about what is to follow. Similar to what you have with adverts that go out for AAA blockbusters. We've watched already adverts and trailers for Oppenheimer since last June, so it's the whole year, and the system was you get just teasers for 6 months, just a tiny little clip which is making you wonder what this is all about, not giving you any clues. When you come to the release date, you're getting the trailers that are giving you more information. And I've got to say that watching Oppenheimer on my birthday was fantastic. It was just the kind of experience that I want to have on my special day, in addition to the wonderful meal which I had, which was fantastic. It was a major Turkish house, and really it's a meal for about 3 or 4 people, not just for me. And there were I had some leftovers which I've taken home as well at the end of the day. But just a wonderful event. The best possible way to spend your birthday. Coming back to Oppenheimer, they released Oppenheimer together with Barbie on Friday in Britain, I think worldwide as well, and I couldn't believe for the life of me, all the cinemas were completely. And when I wanted to see was screening and still tickets available, I've seen that all IMAX cinemas are completely sold out for the whole weekend. Every one of the screenings. There was no chance for which you can get these tickets unless you bought them in advance. The same thing applied to Barbie. The Barbie film actually did raise a lot more revenue at the box office than Oppenheimer during this weekend. I've just looked at the stats today. So, absolutely extraordinary that these two films released at the same time and attracted so much interest. But this was down to the marketing and advertising, which had been around for quite some time, and it's And it's the planning and the strategy and the way you kind of deliver information from week to week from going to be attracting that degree of interest. And a hugely important historic figure on the global scale, and Barbie, again, an icon planet with the dolls quite a few years back. And I think some of the younger members of our community may not really connect these two things together, but you know, it does have a kind of a pop art type of significance in the overall history of different types of icons and images that were associated with certain eras, particularly for children. And this is a film that is obviously doing it in the right way. And I think the team that worked on the film has also been pleasantly surprised when they've seen things. They're probably worried whether Oppenheimer was going to take that piece of cake away from them, but it didn't materialize, and Oppenheimer was watched in IMAX throughout Britain, and the reason is obvious. You wanted to see the H-bomb invention in the IMAX cinema with the best quality picture and sound. So for me, that was the prelude. My birthday on Friday was the prelude to the fundraising campaign. Incidentally, I did plan a different weekend, which was to be spent in a park that is quite near to where I live, a bit like a nature reserve, or it's not been classified as such. But due to very and I didn't go there, and therefore I was able to dedicate myself to the charitable fundraising, and all of that turned out to be absolutely the best. So I'm very happy, very delighted, and very encouraged, and for many future ventures of that kind. So first of all, and once again, I want to thank all of our community members who are supporting the campaign, everyone who's supporting my other campaign for Mind, which is equally important. It's a British charity based in the UK and providing services for everyone who is experiencing some form of mental health difficulty, people experiencing emotional problems or feeling distraught due to certain changes in the environment of their families. And the services are offered in our local community through professionals and volunteers, free of charge. One has to register, go through the assessment, the usual, but the services are there, and everyone who's experiencing that kind of difficulty can approach those services and can benefit. So obviously the charity also requires funds, and I believe that we can be also training and teaching people in other countries on how to do that sort of work, as we have it in Britain quite well developed. We complain about the fact that our charities have been downsized during the last decade to 15 years, but still the backbone of everything is here, and the charities is fully operational, and we don't want that sort of service to buckle so that eventually would have to go to need to be paying huge amounts of money for such services, when in fact that would come across as completely inhumane. And I think there has been a big battleground in the public sphere for some time, not just in Britain, but when these questions were raised. I personally apologize. I had to make sure that I didn't sneeze into my mic, because that would just literally tear your eardrums, and I don't want to do that. So that's what's happened. Anyway, I personally believe that there is enough space for everyone health is concerned. So we need to have a variety. We need to have, first of all, the service that's accessible to everyone at any time, if and when they need some form of medical assistance. That's number one. That's fundamental to a well-being of any nation around the world. Every nation needs to strive towards that. Me, as a senior health professional, I can tell you, there's nothing worse than seeing somebody who cannot be accessing the services because the ambulance can't drive that far. Because there are other contingencies to which you're needing to bring somebody in through emergency procedures, and they can't get to you, and that's within the national health, right? So your heart sinks when you know that this person could be benefiting had they been able to come there earlier, and there were some practical contingencies, and therefore they had suffered, or indeed sometimes suffered, fatality. It's absolutely devastating. It's heartbreaking. I can't put into words how awful that feels for the person who was on duty and trying to help. Just think about that. That's just about the practical contingency. Somebody was living far away and they couldn't be brought in by ambulance or airlift, and therefore they suffered. But just think about that on a grander scale. They can't be coming there because they haven't got enough money. That is unacceptable. That in the present day and age, in societies that we live in today, that should be outlawed. At the end of the day, there is enough space for private clinics and private health to be thriving and cooperating with public health services, but on a smaller scale. So have the sector which is delivered there for those people who can afford services. And thirdly, and most importantly, the public health services cannot be sufficing every or any form of treatment simply because they don't have many enough human resources, and most importantly because those services can be delivered in local communities. So this is where charities come in. Charities are providing that most fundamental type of service for very many, particularly in the area of aftercare, right? So anyone who's gone through surgery, needs to go through rehab, they can go to a charity that's providing these types of services on a on the ongoing basis. And these charities can be both supported by private donors and investors, as well as some subsidies from the government. So there is a variety. People who cannot afford going to very expensive hospitals, they can go to the charities and they will receive adequate treatments, which will be equally good. So I just want to really put everyone into perspective as to why charitable works and charities overall are so incredibly important. And let's not forget, in many countries where this is not functioning as well as in Britain, you would have various support groups and associations where people get together, usually at the local churches, and they talk. So that is support groups for people who suffer from dependency problems, people who experienced mental breakdown, those who lost their loved ones, people who went through a bereavement and developed serious mental health. These groups are self-governed and self-run with no resources. They're truly charitable, and the spaces for them to operate are usually in various churches or church halls or facilities attached to some such a religious institution. And the impact of the works is absolutely phenomenal. So I can just invite everyone to watch a couple of YouTube videos and documentaries online that will tell you and illuminate you as to why even those services of such associations, which are self-run and self-governed, are fundamental to the well-being of so many different people. We as humans, we are not bothered with health before the health strikes, or I should say before ill health strikes, and then we realize, we are quite vulnerable and we can have serious consequences and we are no longer the way we were. It's a normal human way of relating to one's own life, and everyone wants to be concerned about health and pay attention 24/7 from an early age. We would not be advancing as humans. We would just be sitting at home and be worrying about catching diseases or doing something that will affect us, and that itself is just human condition. But we can do a lot more, first of all, to maintain our health, which is what I talk about here on the channel frequently. And what's very important, we have got to be able to do things to intervene when this intervention is necessary due to various internal or external factors. Bereavement, tragedy, sudden outbreak of serious illness, as we've seen with COVID, for instance. People lost their family members due to COVID. In fact, yesterday I had a meeting with our parishioners. We at St. Leonard's Church, which is in my vicinity, and we talk, and I know lots of people there, and I talked to our local priest about this, and the whole experience of the pandemic. Like my local church, we in 1 week 4 funerals, and all 4 funerals during the pandemic. This was at the tail end of the pandemic. It was at the beginning. It was already had the vaccines and everything. It was in I think halfway through 2021, maybe autumn of 2021, October or so. And I've heard there are 4 funerals, and all 4 were due to COVID. And there were 2 people who were not related that passed away. One was of an advanced stage, but it was quite a young person, early 40s. And that was really, heartbreaking to hear. And I was seeing a memorial erected for this person in our local park, because she passed away suddenly. She had some sort of respiratory disease, which COVID unfortunately made much worse. And as it's been the case with lots of different people. But most tragic was mother and daughter. There was two of them. Old, she was in her 80s, and sadly she caught us and passed away. And 3 also due to the virus, and also probably connected to together. So stating, and just think who are within the extended needed some support there for what had happened, and they could get that support either within the NHS, albeit on a very limited basis, so it's a very small number of sessions that the National Health would provide in such cases, but on the other hand they could approach charities in order to have a longer term support. And I think this is where the greatest value of our charitable fundraisers comes in, because the fundraisers with extra funds will be enabling such services to function. We are supporting those charities in order to select volunteers and professionals to get their basic expenses covered and paid, and sometimes find premises to work from high streets, and all of that lines up, and our support is absolutely critical and most necessary. So you could see how my mindset is always linked to the services that are basically of a variety, so it's not just one service, and I think everyone in every country will need to be considering that sort of plan, to which you have the choice by which you can be taking what you believe is the very best for you. And I think certainly for anyone who is recovering in a very long term, having the option between national health companies and charities. I need to stress that the charities are private companies too. The difference is that they work for the good causes. Therefore, the system of taxation and employment that's applied to them is significantly different, right? So it's a very, very different approach compared to the private companies that work purely for the gains and also deliver health-related services. Anyway, so I told you all about the campaign, I told you all about the delights of the weekend, told you about my birthday. I really thank our friends Gail and Zenith for congratulating me, and many other people who were sending me great wishes, good wishes literally throughout the weekend. Always good to hear from everyone who's been away for a while, and I think on Friday, I said to Zenith the other day, I spent half a day just answering various messages and approaches from people who I actually not seen for a while, and they all remembered my birthday, and they all got in touch, and they come from a variety of different walks of life, because I worked in various sectors over the years, and that's always heartwarming. I really like seeing this. Somebody was a musician, somebody I knew through the health services, the third person I knew from film industry, and then some people came in through video gaming. So it's just to give you a bit of a flavour. So I just mentioned a few, but there are other sectors I've been involved with. But the people who remember come from literally everywhere, and that is always heartwarming and delightful. And I always look forward to those events, and congrats. And then chats. We kind of catch up on what's been happening in between and how things are today, and everything's been very good and very pleasant. Today we'll have no news, and we'll not talk about anything news related, because it was all about our charitable fundraising. And I just want to say that we have concluded the campaign for Bungie Foundation. I received emails of congratulations and the various comms coming from companies that were linked to the fundraiser, and that was terrific. And we're still going to carry on with our other fundraiser, and that is for the Mind charity, which helps people who are experiencing mental health issues. And as I said, the charity is very prominent in Britain, and it has many different offices and delivery services countrywide. So very, very important for people who are based in Britain to engage with the overall works of the charity and support financially as much or as little as you can. Every shillings and pence, as we say here, will be helping, and I find that to be always of the greatest importance. People conceptualize, like I said to you about the Bungie Foundation, there are several donors who are investing huge amounts into that $1 million, but the majority of people who are contributing, as you've seen, maybe roughly around 1,100, they were contributing with very small amounts, $5, $15, $7, $2, and that altogether would then mount up to the overall figure. That approach needs to be present everywhere, and I've been involved with the campaign for one of the institutions in London a little while back. The institution was being threatened by closure and eviction due to the change of property ownership, and we managed to really, through the overall campaign, not just raise funds but also create a overall public awareness, and we managed to involve lots of people from the public sphere, and that included also people from local authority, politicians, actors, singers, artists, dancers, film directors, producers, and eventually the property was given heritage status. So it cannot be destroyed, or it could, there will be different rules applied to people who are the sitting tenants, and this was truly remarkable because we wanted that institution there forever, as it is very unique both in Britain and Europe. And I go there frequently. Every few weeks we have regular screenings of silent films, and we have a get-together with our group of kind of a film critics, historians, and veterans. And it is the place that you want to be there forever, for many generations in the future, to do exactly the same. And sadly, it's run by very, very mature people who are already in their mid-80s, and I really worry about the future of the management. But quite a large number of others have been involved in recent years, and there will be the way to which we'll be able to bridge the gap eventually. But most importantly, the property where Charles Chaplin lived in when he was a child, he lived in a workhouse, a Victorian workhouse, as he faced destitution after the serious mental illness that had struck his mother. It's just a wonderful type of place. You watch silent films in place where Charlie Chaplin grew up. It can't be better. It's absolutely fantastic. If you're interested, just hit it up on the internet and you'll see the campaign. It's been a lengthy campaign, years, with many people involved, and it's called the place is called the Cinema Museum, and it's based at the Elephant and Castle in London. And anyone interested, just type the Cinema Museum London, you'll get the information on the internet. And there are quite a few websites which still are running the campaign in order to continuously raise the funds and get donations for the charity, irrespective of the actual property status. So anyway, it's just definitely out there, and we are all supporting it as much as possible, and I'm delighted to have been involved to a certain degree, and delighted to see that so many people stepped in and helped, because that's the way to do it. In my local area I live, I have quite a pertinent resident group, and there had been plans quite a few times for different types of places to be erected or built, and the local residents opposed it, and the companies that want to do that did not get the planning permission. So you could see that sometimes democracy works, and sometimes if you have people who are united, I want to stress that, people who are united and not divided, they can get certain things to be fully resolved and done to their satisfaction. But it's just a question of the unity, the strength of the unity, and the numbers. So if the numbers are great and the unity is formidable, you will be able to get that degree of resolve, as we've seen with the local places here in my vicinity, and as we've seen with the Cinema Museum, that indeed survived that sort of threat. So that's just a perfect example of what actually can be done if people are united, and indeed if they want to be pursuing a cause that will bring the benefits to so many. Right. To crack on with Destiny, but just remember our campaign for Mind as well, please. The Mind Charity UK. Make sure that you read the information. I'll give you the I'll give you the link as well. It's obviously a different campaign compared to what I've done for Bungie Foundation, but still definitely everyone can have a look and decide whether you want to be involved and contribute through PR, the sharing of the information on various social networking platforms, or whether you want to be donating. So bear with me. There we are. That's the information that everyone can indeed read. And let me just give you the link as well. Take me a moment. There it is. All the information is included. You'll be able to get to know more about Tiltify, the platform that gives us this opportunity to fundraise. A lot more information on Mind and the services. You have also various downloadable GIFs and emotes and what are they called? The images and documents which can be used through various Twitter and Instagram postings if one wants to be involved in a way to which you're raising the profile of the charity and making sure that others get to know about the charity and our fundraising campaign. As I said, as it is an extensive, lengthy campaign lasting 6 months, so there's no hurry, but every single shillings and pence will be counting towards the overall contribution and towards the overall figure. And I know for certain, as I liaised with the charity for many years in the past, that they always appreciate any form of assistance, and it will be saving lives. I told you last week that there was an incident here in my vicinity where I had to be intervening in order to save someone's life, and I just was reminded of so many years in the service where I would have been doing exactly the same on an everyday basis. But also it reminded me of how difficult, how dangerous, and how draining and emotional that sort of activity can I wouldn't say I forgot about it, but I've not been in it for a while, and these donations will be helping for such services to be fully active, to be able to help those who are in the need, people who are on the edge, people who are finding it very difficult to conceptualize, to rationalize, to reach conclusions, people who are sort of driven to types of thoughts and solutions that are definitely not positive and definitely not good for them and their families, and these services will help. So the Mind charity is one of those. Okay, so the time's come now for us to crack on with some Destiny gameplay. So let's see who's there. I know Gale and Zenith would like to come in and will join us. Zenith indeed is streaming Destiny today, so that's fantastic. So that means that Zenith will not be able to talk to us whilst we are live on air. For the obvious reason, we don't have two broadcasters talking over one another. But he will join us, and we are going to be inviting our friends. So let me just see who is out there. Let's see if Gale and Zenith are out there. Zenith is indeed there, so we are going to be inviting him. And that is the invite I'm sending to Gale. If you're there, do you want to be coming in as well? Today it will be Destiny 1. We are not streaming Destiny 2. So just ping us a message and tell us whether you want to be coming in. I can invite you. I didn't see you on the list. So just ping us a message and let me know whether you want to come in. And I'll go to the tower to collect some bounties before we proceed. Doing Destiny, that's just the way I feel. So pleased in the large community attached to the channel, and so many people who pop in, like for instance our friend My Starries popped in yesterday and he said hello, he donated, and I've not seen him for quite a while, but it's that sort of experience. We build very close bonds through our online gaming activities, and even if people are not actively talking through the chat or our party here live on air, they still make bonds with all that's being said. Shabba came in recently and he said this brings back memories when we streamed together and played Destiny 5 years ago, and it's just wonderful. It's like, I don't know, the chefs and the waiters in the restaurants they visited in faraway places. It's somebody goes back there after 10 years, says, oh, I was here, I remember that. It is exactly the same sort of experience, and I'm amazed. I never thought that video gaming and online activity would go this far. But we've seen that in other areas of industry and science that things develop, and there are sometimes obviously some serious concerns, but many times there are also very many benefits. Ah, that's been fully resolved, so that's soothing. I don't have this problem here anymore, yet my vault is fairly full. And let me see, I've got spaces in there. I cleared this out the other day, and that's Lucky Raspberry. I like Lucky Raspberry, I've got to say, I do. Void recovery and sniper rifle ammunition, automatic rifle ammunition. Let me think for a moment. Well, it can change accordingly, of course. Okay, that's all good. Don't have to worry about this. And curious about Gail, whether Gail wants to join us. I can't see any messages or anything else coming in. We don't have anything here with our friend Master Rahul. We'll go to the other friend who is giving us bounties, our friend Xander. So let me see, today, what are we going to be doing? Tomorrow is the weekly reset. We have still some bounties to be completed on Sivas, so I think we'll pick up one Siva bounty. Rapid fire, and that's full. Okay, so that'll be sufficient for Sivas today. If we are to do Sivas, then that is going to be the best way. And I don't have any more bounties to take there. And let me just think quickly. Okay. Send Zenith an invite. I'll send him another invite to see whether he wants to come in. I know that he is indeed busy at the moment with his stream, so it may be that we'll ask Ali whether he wants to join us. Ali, let's see whether you want to join us. We'll go to orbit and we'll wait there. The best way of doing it. Anyone who is interested in learning about Destiny 2 or just playing the game, if you go back to the playback and watch the streams from yesterday on Saturday, which were charitable streams for Bungie Foundation, there is a big tutorial there run by Zenith, our community member, together with me. We talked about the ways to which you can be improving your armor, your Solstice armor, presently given to us through the annual event run by Ava Levant. And it's quite picky, it's quite tricky, it takes a bit of time, it's very grindy, but you will get to know exactly how to do it and what the best way of doing it will be. Most importantly, the tutorial we were running yesterday was on the strengthening and leveling up the quality of your armor in general. How to be, for instance, combining the mods on your armor in order to get your discipline, mobility and resilience to be of the highest level, i.e. 100%. And that is something I never fully understood before yesterday. So I'm very grateful to Zenith for taking time to explain, and I'm sure if I was able to understand that, and I'm not really a person who kind of soaks up things very quickly when it comes to facts and figures, and particularly the figures. I'm not a person who thinks in numerical terms, faces, names, that's fine, but numbers, that's not really my strength. And Zenith was explaining that to me, and I walked away feeling really clear-minded. I know exactly what to do if I want to be indeed strengthening the quality of my armor, and that can be applied to any armor. So it's definitely a very, very good walkthrough for everyone, and I'm quite certain that anyone would pop in will enjoy the overall experience. You learn a lot about this, and you can be then applying it to Destiny consistently, and you may find that as you had strengthened your armor, and don't forget you have several loadouts in there. You can create loadouts for the strikes, for the raids, and for the Crucible and the Gambit, so each one of them will have then the very best quality armor that's protecting you. And we've seen that in the Crucible in particular. I've got to say, we played quite a few matches on Saturday, I think it was, where with the Crucible, was it on Saturday? I think it was. And I was trying to get some leaves in order to do the bonfire bash and get ash. That helps the overall leveling up of your armor. So it's like a 3-4 tier type of activity. gotta say short, I did notice that there were people wearing certain armor that was almost impenetrable. So certain people, like myself, who were not wearing Crucible tailored armor, if hit, were dying quickly. Yet the others, with the best possible armor, were not dying quickly. They still could be eliminated, but it would take them a lot longer compared to the rest of us who were not having the fully customized armor for that activity. So that's really significant, and the same thing applies to anything else, like raids, like strikes, like Nightfall, and it will make you quite curious on one level, and it will also keep you quite busy if you are to be grinding and leveling up. Make sure that any rare items which you pick up are fully locked. That's fundamental. Your vault will be filling up quickly with all the armor that keeps coming in at all times, but just keep the ones which are the best. Don't keep anything or everything in the vault, because you will be sometimes losing items if your postmaster gets full, and that happens to quite a lot of people if they are entering the pinnacle activities. So yesterday we were just hitting the activities that will provide you with a lot of loot, and therefore I always had to make sure that half of the postmaster's inventory there was liberated. Anyway, just a small note of advice. If you want to learn a lot about the most important parts of Destiny 2 customization, the session yesterday with Zenith is giving you a very good description of that. So if you were to watch it, you will learn a lot about how to customize, and I'm truly delighted to say that I've gone to that tutorial with Zenith and I'm fully able to do that by myself. May not do it perfectly, but you know, it's a question of combining the energy cost in order to get to certain quality armor, and it's just a question of personal preference. Some people like the characters to be more resilient, others more disciplined, others will prefer, for instance, mobility for the characters to be very fast, and all these things blending in together within the armor as you are doing customization, which I think is one of the best parts of Destiny 2. I think that's really for the advanced player, and many people who are newbies may not be interested in this, but once you get to know it, it will be your bread and butter. You will really want to be doing this with lots of different armor, and you will want to be then combining the other advanced kind of activity, which is crafting your weapons, right? So crafting weapons is picking up a weapon that's got kind of red frame around it, and you want to be then leveling it up and bring it to a certain level for which at the forge you will be then, what's it called, the enclave. There is the place where you can be crafting the weapon and making sure that it's more powerful than some of the exotics. So that, you know, it's a kind of a long-term process, and something that makes the overall activity definitely enjoyable. I also want to say that with Destiny 2, what I really like is the events like Solstice. Lots of people complain, but Solstice is a sort of event where all the different parts of Destiny are blending in together. You need to hop from one to another. You can go to a Bonfire Bash, then to the Crucible, then you go to the Blind Well, and then you go to Gambit, then you try Strikes, then you do Nightfall. So all of that is interconnected in order for you to be getting the right materials to progress forward with your armor customization. And we know that people are creatures of preference. Some people prefer one activity to the other. At the end of the day, it's fundamental that these activities are combined for these events, because you're just reminded of how brilliant and great the game is. Alright, so our friends are busy, they've not come in, and I think I will just crack on with some strikes. We'll go to Sivas. We'll go to Siva Heroic Strikes. I like the sessions to be very interactive. I don't like really running them as a monologue, you know. So the mods we have this week, which will obviously rescind tomorrow: Brawler, Guardian melee damage is greatly increased, Berserk, they will not flinch the enemies even after massive damage, Void Burn, void damage from any source is greatly increased, and then we have Heroic, enemies that appear in greater numbers are more aggressive. So let's crack on. We'll have 2 people slotted in from the random matchmaking, and pleased to say that recently, certainly during the last week, the strikes worked better compared to maybe a month ago. So some work must have been completed and done by Bungie in the meantime, and that was definitely truly rewarding. Just want to see whether we are receiving anything on Twitter and Instagram in VFR. Well, we'll see very shortly. Bear with me.
The House of Devils marked you as public enemy #1 after you trashed their Prime servitor, but your old friend Sepix Prime is back. And apparently better than ever, thanks to the Devil Splicers and Siva. Zavala is not too happy about the idea of the Splicers playing Godmaker. And I can't blame him.
So what you're saying is it's time we return to the scene of the crime. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
There we are, Sepix Prime. Yet again. I haven't got ammunition. Keep forgetting when you're switching from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2, you just forget about the synths. But that's no big deal. I have plenty of synths, so I can always pick up. The only thing I've not done last during the weekend was to go to Xur with my Guardians in Destiny 1, and that was a bit silly because I actually could do with some synths. I need to pick up some for my heavy. I'm down to 70, 68 or so, and I had about 200 a couple of weeks ago, so we need to really recharge. Okay, so let's carry on. It looks like nobody else joined us. I'm doing it all by myself, which is no fun. Alright, friends. Oh, that's the got Bolt Caster. Okay. Alright, so these are results. Let's go forward a bit. Stuck in the old day, which is what we do not want to be doing.
The Hive are still holding ground in the refinery, but I'm also tracking multiple Siva energy signatures. Well, that's new.
Gone the wrong way. Oh, Zenith's joined us. Excellent, we've got Zenith in here. So Zenith will come in very shortly. We'll do Sepix Prime together. Weapons Master already completed. That's pretty good. Last Guardian standing up means Zenith is nearby. Good, good, good. We'll do things together. I hate those straps. I do. Look at that. Straps are everywhere. I'm being hit from all sides. Look at that. Ah, that's annoying. That was rather unfortunate. Me being a bit careless, right? What else? I need to get myself another cup of tea and have a biscuit. I talked a lot and didn't have either a cup of tea or biscuit at 5 o'clock, which is highly unusual for me, got to admit. And a bit of a late start today. I had lots of admin to do with the foundation and the campaign, so, you know, that's the reason for me being delayed. But, you know, with our broadcast, never too late. That's just a fact. Well, that's both the beauty of it and a sort of danger that every broadcaster will be feeling.
In the meantime, do not touch the lasers and watch my back.
Therefore, what I do is I always provide broadcasts which are measured. Unlike people who will just, you know, stream all night or anything like that. It's not my sort of thing. Ah, we go up there. There will be some ads coming in. There's one there. Look at him. Look, I survived, which is a miracle. Ah, no, I'm missing it. It's no fun. They're not popping up through the they're not popping up through the traps, so that's good. Yeah, check it. Check it. Oh, didn't die. Oh, you're there. You're hiding. That's a good spot, really. I'm collecting loads of bounties. That's good. Ah, somebody else is joining us as well, so that's good. We are 3-piece. Always the best to see. Yeah, I think I'll go there and use my super in there. Something killed me from somewhere. I was not able to see what and where, which is annoying, right? Our friend's having it's a dark spindle, black spindle. I mean, dark spindle, a dark one. Kara kittens. Alright. That's not too bad. Can I get through? What's here? Oh. Why is this thing not disappearing? Don't get it. Going the wrong way. Look at this. Thanks God for the infinite ammunition there on my primary, right? What else?
Clear. Let's get out of here.
Get in. Oh, another one. Another one popped up from behind me. Oh, that's tragic. I want to have a cup of tea. I want to have a biscuit. I need to recharge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Deja vu. Me, you, a sea of devils, and an angry machine god waiting on the other side. I'd say lock and load, but I'm sure you already did.
Oh, my friends, I got my cup of tea now, so I apologise for the delay, and I need to still get a biscuit, and then we'll do this as I finish the strike, and we'll do that afterwards.
Why would the Slicers rebuild Sepix? They already have SIVA.
I can make a guess. Maybe an offer to the other devils, a show of power. You know, in SIVA we trust, and in SIVA all things are possible. Get in there, and show them that their god is nothing but metal and tech.
That is what we are going to do.
Sepix perfected, in all his glory.
The Devil's Lair, look at that. Scorch Cannon was there. Anyone? Or did it have any effects or not? Thank you. He disappeared. Where's that Scorch Cannon now? That's ridiculous. That was rather daring. Jumping on Sepex thinking I'm invincible. Oh, it's a Splicer Shanks. Scorch Cannon on him. He'll be gone. Yep. He's gone. That's good. We got him.
Sepex was the Splicer's next big play. For all the worship.
How many skeleton keys do I have? I don't waste them.
I guess they didn't factor us into the plan.
4.
Any wrench we can throw in their works is a good thing.
No, I'll just keep it for the Nightfalls.
You make one hell of a wrench.
It's not really particularly good. There we are. Look at that. Hopefully Kara will stay with us. We can then carry on with another strike. All very good. And I'll have my cup of tea now with some biscuits. Managed to get treasure pack. That's good.
The House of Devils marked you as public enemy #1 after you trashed their prime servitor, but your old friend Sepex Prime is back. And apparently better than ever, thanks to the Devil Splicers and Siva. Zavala's not too happy about the idea of the Splicers playing Godmaker, and I can't blame him.
So what you're saying is it's time we return to the scene of the crime. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
The new and improved Sepix is holed up in the Devil's Lair. You know what to do.
The Hive are still holding ground in the refinery, but I'm also tracking multiple...
There we are, another strike.
That's new.
A sparrow blocking my way. That's annoying. Go away. Fully recharged after a few biscuits and a cup of tea. Oh, very good. Never miss on my, 5 o'clock tea, but there you are. Today we had a bit of a late start, so but all very good. Very successful fundraising campaign. So ultimately that is what counts at the end of the day. There we are. Take back the refinement. I don't know what killed me. Chosen Wizard. That's odd. I thought I was hitting really pretty hard. Thank you, friend.
The splicers have a laser grid blocking the way. I should be able to disable it. In the meantime, do not touch the lasers and watch my back.
We're getting the same strike back again. As, you probably heard me saying how everything worked properly, which is not quite the case today. Well, everyone's gone, so wasted my super. Right, it's there. Alright. Well, this helps, so that's good. It didn't disappear.
Splicers really know how to encrypt their systems. I got this. Halfway through.
We got him. replies the captain. Trying to excel in here, hey? Alright, that's pretty much it, I think. Ah, missed him. Right. There was one left. Disappeared. Probably. I didn't see the other one. Eye of the Storm.
Guardian, I've got reports of hive activity near the Devil's Lair. You seeing anything?
Yeah. We've definitely got Hive. And apparently they hold a grudge because they're mad. And I think they're letting the Fallen know it.
Oh, look at that Oiga. I got killed. Oh, that was Oiga that got me. That's Boo. Must be that target to the left. Trying to avoid the other one. Watch out to your left. Zenith, to your left. Oh, respawn. Okay. Oh. He got me again, so fast. That's ridiculous. Still there. Oh, I'm That organ there is a real pain. And guess what? He's pain no more already, he's gone. Spare me. Spare me. I hate those traps. That's roulette. We've got them all.
Why would the Splice
Think.
rebuild Sepix? They already have SIVA.
I can make a guess. Maybe an offer to the other devils. A show of power. You know, in SIVA we trust, and in SIVA all things are possible. Get in there.
Like, we're only playing Sepix Prime times in a row. Don't know why we slotted in again. .68 there, so. Okay. Oh, his shield is up again. Ah, go away. You just rocketed me from less than a yard. Ah. Thank God, thank God. Get it. Why was giving like a proper rocket in there? Alright. Oh, you got it. Yeah, that's cool. Didn't manage to get a shot cannon. Yeah, can't grapple. He's really alive. Really got plenty of health. Well, his top's been cut off, so that's good.
Nowhere for Sepix to run this time.
Ah, Sepix got me. Splice Vandal. Well, he's just down to his last legs, so should be like one rocket and that's it.
Sepix was the Splicer's next big play. Present a god for all to worship. Then control the flow of ether to control the house.
I guess they didn't factor us into the plan.
Any wrench we can throw in their works is a good thing. And Guardian, you make one hell of a wrench. Remember Omnigul? Hive General with a lovely voice? She's back.
Vanguard scouts report she's undone her death.
Undone her death? You make it sound like she pulled her knitting apart.
Eris would tell you not to make light of this.
That's why she's not here.
There's no telling what else might follow, Guardian. Destroy Omnigul and any lingering threats.
If Omnigul can come back to life, how do we make sure she stays dead? I wonder if the Hive think that about us.
To the Hive, death is relative. We'll face Omnigul as many times as it takes.
Guess we were made for each other. Be ready for anything. The Hive and Fallen here are more desperate than they've ever been. Remind me of, well, Ikora in the Crucible days.
That was a lifetime ago.
I'm sure Shaxx hasn't forgotten. He still has trouble sitting. The Cosmodrome is turning into a breeding ground for Hive and Siva. It's like one big, disgusting petri dish. Let's find Omnigal. Omnigal is back for a reason, and it's not just a yell, though she does seem fond of that. Finish her before it's too late. I can't believe that voice is coming out of such tiny mandibles.
There are no further traces of Hive energy.
Well, if she comes back, so will we. Look at us. Omnigal's neutralized and Eris didn't have to lift a finger.
You should tell her.
Trust me, she'd prefer to hear it from you. Come on back, Guardian. Good work.
to serve. Done. Confirmed. Sign, please. Check, check, check. Received. All done. Whenever you need me again, Guardian.
Hunters always have something, and we all are safe under that in your hands. Always a pleasure.
tell me something interesting.
Up early? I trust you. Come forward.
Oryx lives.
Bad rattle. Very bad.
Re-upping. Open log. Updating schedules. Thank you.
I am instructed to tell you that all Guardians should continue to report information on Oryx to the Vanguard.
I can take care of it.
Here we are, my friends, I'm back. We can carry on with more Seavers and a lot more action here in Destiny 1. Oh, we have Zenith in here. Oh, that's good. Let's just join the party.
Would be the end of old Russia.
Could be the end of everything. The Devils are evolving. Neutralize them before this goes any further, Guardian.
Let's see if Zenith is joining us. I've sent him an invite.
You're all that stands between the
We'll see that shortly.
and whatever mad science
No,
is
we
cooking
know,
up
we
down
don't
there.
want to do this.
And
Somebody else's strike. We don't want to do that. We'll go back in the orbit. I need to start from the beginning. Let me just check the party again, see whether Zenith picked it up. Oh, you're there, yeah? Can you hear me? Hello.
Oh yeah, it takes a while when I was watching the party. It takes a while for.
Yeah, it takes a while to load.
So
How
you're
are you?
Sitting there spinning.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
you-
doing well. I just wanted to jump on and let you know I'm sorry I split there after we wiped in that room, and when I saw it was that strike, I should have jumped off because I had a lot of work going on the side.
Yeah.
That I was trying to keep going while I was trying to do the stream and stick. So I really shouldn't have. I should have left before that. And then when we wiped, I couldn't hang around. I just thought, well, maybe we'll make it because I know that one can be kind of sticky in there. So that's why I should have jumped off right when I saw it was that one.
Yeah.
Then maybe you would have got a third. But I thought, like I said, I thought we
No,
might
no,
make it
no.
on the first go around. So sorry I had to split, but I had just too many things going on the side here. So.
It happens.
I had to jump, so
It's just basically part and parcel of overall Destiny online activity. Things that has happened. I mean, you've seen many times we've had problems with various bugs and crashes and weasels and baboons, and we can't really prevent it. It does happen, and the strike turned out to be quite difficult, and that particular strike today was, I'd say, about 50-60% more difficult to what we had last week of it. Many more enemies, plenty of exploding thralls, and the boss Omnigul was very hard to kill. And we actually did restart several times. Both of us got killed, and eventually somebody else came in, and then we were able to complete. But it just turned out to be really a very, very difficult strike, but also very enjoyable. I mean, I got killed many times by exploding thralls literally popping up right behind me and doing a nosedive. So I worked out that they're going to be coming from behind me, and then obviously I turn around, but guess what? The other one came up then from the other side, so there's no way of avoiding them. All good.
yeah, I had real work going on the side, and I just couldn't. There was nothing I could do.
No, not to worry.
There were no error codes or anything like that. I just had
No.
real work. Again, I do the streaming just for fun. It's just a hobby.
You shouldn't worry about it.
It's not my job. I have a regular job.
Yeah, you shouldn't worry, as these kinds of things can happen. Sometimes there are real life interferences. I've had, for instance, power cuts, I've had fire alarms, and then I have to be discontinuing the stream, and then I'll be coming back at a later stage. Sometimes, I mean, previously with the old internet connection, there were sometimes issues internet related. So, we just accept it. We carry on. And I mean, most importantly, I want to thank you for the contributions and for the donations, because without your kind, generous donation, I wouldn't be able to reach the target. But the target has been exceeded, So you know,
I
it's
saw
just
that last
fantastic.
night. I thought,
Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah, that's fantastic.
Bump that over.
Absolutely, it's fantastic,
Well,
and
it's a good cause.
absolutely,
For a good cause.
absolutely,
Not a
absolutely.
problem.
Yeah,
You're
and
welcome.
also don't forget that we are going to be hearing from the foundation once they recap the campaign. So today is the big day for them. They're going through the stats, all the details, and you know, we'll certainly hear from them one way or the other, particularly from the other company. Let me see what they're called. The donor. Bear with me. I've not really done anything for them before, so for me it's just the first-hand experience. They're called Donor Drive. So that's Donor Drive is the platform that is making it possible for Bungie Foundation to be running fundraising campaigns. And I had some messages from the executive, the kind of the CEO, as I committed to the cause, and I look forward to hearing more. And you know, there will be other campaigns in the future. I'll be in contact with them in order to find out whether there is another possibility for us to be doing fundraising on an ongoing basis. Many of these charities will have a short period, you know, a bit like when people call on a phone, in order to meet the target. But there are also other ways to which one can be contributing. So I'll investigate that further. I think it's a very, very good opportunity for everything joined together, as Bungie, obviously the creator of Destiny, Bungie Foundation attached to Bungie, or an arm of it, a charitable foundation, and then people who play Destiny, they'll make the link, you know, they'll put two and two together, plus they get fantastic emotes and all these things which you received yesterday for your donations. But did you receive another bundle later on as well with the donation? The second one?
Yeah, I received all those.
And what was in the second bundle? I'm curious. Was it a similar sort of stuff, or was it something else?
I think it says on the page there too, when you look at the incentives, if you're able to still look at that, but I'm pretty sure it was all of the, I think it was 4 or 5 of the old emblems.
I see. Mm-hmm.
Kind of Bungie Foundation things going on.
Mm-hmm.
So it was 4 or 5 emblems, a ghost, emote, what else? Oh, emblem, the current emblem.
Mm.
So yeah, it was all there.
So it was quite a selection. Yeah, that's very good. I mean, I tried to import their overlays.
Emblems not so much, but
emotes are better, I guess, because they're interactive. You can put them in the game.
Emblem was really nice. Those older emblems are pretty plain.
Yeah, well, they're similar to Tiltify, I think. I mean, I've kept an eye on Bungie Foundation already for more than 5 years, and every year there's something different, something new, and they're sort of working on the same strategy. It's not been as developed as what I've seen with Tiltify, with more advanced methods to which you get the events together, and then you have milestone, and then you have quizzes and polls and various other things. But what they did do was to tie in the activity with the overall Destiny universe world, so you get things which are Destiny related, and that's definitely a major incentive for many veterans, as these emotes, I believe, cannot be obtained anywhere else. You get them just if you're donating, so it's like a rare item at the end of the day. The other incentive you've seen was the different kinds of rewards given per day through raffle. So they just basically pick out a name out of a hat, and then somebody would win Lord Shax's statue or Varric's statue or the other ones, and you know that's also quite a good incentive. I'm quite certain that they'll come up with other methods and other means, and in the past they were very much old school, as you've seen with the old the old banners. It's just very plain, very ordinary, similar to what you have for some other charities. But this is becoming a bit more attractive, I think, visually, and they're connecting it with some other methods, and just the whole foundation is growing. And I think it's remarkable that what was it, less than 2,000 people managed to raise more than $1 million, and that's extraordinary. It's a very short period of time, and it's certainly very sizable revenue for the foundation. And I'm sure it will be growing, and there'll be more benefits and various other things popping up as we go along. So that's wonderful, and I'll be in contact with them to find out exactly whether there is another way to which we can be raising the profile in the PR as well as raising the funds, maybe through some form of partnership program or something. I think there's really huge potential, and definitely people will be very interested. But at the end of the day, charities are about the services delivered to local areas, and if you have charities like, for instance, United Nations Relief Fund or Red Cross, they will be applied to many different countries, and people will identify with the campaign and connect it with the service. And if it's like the services which are local, then it's more difficult for a global community to engage because they will not be familiar. Like, for instance, I'm running a campaign for a British charity, and not many people worldwide are familiar with it, and they'll learn about what charity does, and there will be to be like an educational component to the campaign. But in terms of the actual investment, it will be coming from people who live locally, who will be wanting to use the services, so want to support the local services, and that's the difference. All good. All right, so let's just do a bit more, because I will be wrapping up at around 8:30 in about 25-30 minutes. And I'll do a bit of swimming today. I've not gone swimming for more than a week due to my leg, and I want to get a bit of cardio back. And I felt already yesterday that I felt a bit stiff, but really happy that my legs were back as they should be. There was no any form of pain or anything, particularly my left leg. So we'll try a bit of swimming today and see whether it all works, just to warm up, not a lot, but just to keep it all going. And I didn't have any problems with going uphill yesterday when I went to St. Leonard's, which was also quite good. I had a lot of pain at the beginning of the week when I was going up there, and then I went back and picked up my crutch and I walked up with a crutch just to prevent any further wear and tear on the area which has been aggravated. It's a form of tendinitis. I thought initially it was a hamstring injury, because it was hurting me a bit at the back, but generally it was more like the ligaments, which are the front of the knee. And I need to investigate this to find out what's causing it, because I had this aggro about 2 or 3 times in recent months, and I can't work out what exercise or what activity is triggering it off. It can't be swimming to start with. Maybe some other form of exercise or something else, or maybe it's just being doing swimming and then walking a lot and doing other physical activities. Could be that is just too much of it within one day, because obviously doing the streams, I'm doing them in a seated or indoor type of activity, in a seated position, and it's an indoor activity. Therefore I try to counterbalance this with a lot of activity outdoors outside of these streaming hours, just to make sure that there's enough of that in order to have really good circulation and everything else. But need to investigate it further. Alright, so what do you fancy doing? You fancy doing some CVS at all? I picked up some bounties.
No, I just jumped into the chat just to tell you why I had to split like that. I'm not even on right now.
Oh, I see. Oh, no problem at all. That's
no, I just wanted to jump in and tell you, because I had to leave so suddenly.
No, that's fine.
Man, I feel bad I left those guys in there all by themselves with that horrible boss. Like I said, when I first saw that was the strike we were loading into, I thought I should just leave now because there was too many work things going on the side here.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe we'll be able to pile through it fairly quickly. And then, like as soon as we wiped, I thought this might take a few turns, so I'm just going to split. Hopefully they'll get somebody else to load in with.
That's always.
Yeah, I'm not even on right now.
Look, it's always the same story. Usually, when you want to do something quickly, it just stretches. I've had a million times. I did it straight away. It just carries on, and it's just the way of the world. You were able to do it, right? You weren't sort of delayed, or the game wasn't interfering too much. You were able to complete everything work-wise.
Up until that moment, it wasn't.
And then
at that very moment, that was too much. That's why I had to bail out. I thought I could do her, but I couldn't.
Well, it's amazing that you can combine.
I thought we might get through it, first round.
Well, it's amazing you can actually combine all the tasks, and that's really the best possible. That's what you call a dream job, right? You really can enjoy the best of the both worlds, and
I am fortunate that I'm able to
yeah.
stream on the side as a hobby Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then play with you guys almost every day. Yeah, of course that's a really nice perk for being self-employed, but at the same time, sometimes things get a little hectic. Not very often, but every once in a while, and I just I had to stay focused on what pays the bills.
Well, I did some trading, and I've undergone a full professional training for that quite a while back. I also thought it was it would be FX trading and sometimes options, you know, the financial markets kind of trading. And initially I thought, well, you can do several things at once, and this is what I was doing. But then I realized, well, it wasn't really the best thing to do if you are a day trader, because you are doing something else and you lose focus on some news that are coming in, or something else, and it can really cause mayhem. And but on the other hand, I was able to do lots of other things, like admin wise, so doing various hubs on the internet related to particularly film and music industries at the time was possible. But I always had to keep an eye on the news, whatever was coming in, because you have like a news hub that's telling you all the time what's happening, any kind of changes in the markets, and you've got to be able to pick up the news as they arrive. And then I had set up like an alarm bell that any time when the news were about to be proceeding, I'll get the bell and I listen to it or get all the information. It was good. I quite enjoyed it, but eventually, there are some people who are born for multitasking. I worked with somebody in the past like that, and she was able to do 10 things at once. I'm not like that. I've got to do one thing at a time, because if I start multitasking, then all kinds of issues pop up for me. Lose focus or miss out on things, and it's just the way our brains are wired. But what I'm curious about is, what was the barbecue like yesterday?
Oh, it was really good. We had hamburgers on the grill, delicious.
Oh, cool.
And then some zucchini on the side. Yeah, it was really good.
That's really cool.
Grilled zucchini on the side. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still have my ratatouille from yesterday, and I got still some potatoes and stuff. But I was thinking maybe I'll throw in a tiny bit of meat. I may not bother really, because if I go swimming, then I come back, it's late, and just have a bit of that dinner, and that will be fine for me. And I go today is going to be an early night, just to make sure that I get enough sleep and everything, because yesterday the stream stretched, it was quite late, and it's one of those things. So that's sounding good. Well, I think what I'll do is I'll just crack on with one more SIVA, and then I'll call it a day in order to make my swimming possible, and then we can crack on tomorrow with more activities. Actually, today was not that busy. It's funny, I think it's to do with Twitch algorithms, to be honest with you. I was telling you about this the other day. It's really weird how everything works.
I can tell you why it wasn't very busy.
Why?
Because there was I think it's GCX. There was a charitable drive going today, and through GSXR Clyde. I think he's a quite popular streamer, and some of the people that it was through the foundation. Don't quote me on any of this, but I think that's what it was. Because when I first looked at Destiny today, there were 3,000 people watching Destiny 1.
Oh, that's something to do with the foundation.
What's going on here?
Yeah,
so then I went and looked, and it was that GSXR Clyde. Through him, there were other people playing a bunch of different games, but the first person he had on there was playing Destiny 1, and they had 2,400 viewers watching Destiny 1, which is amazing.
And what's is that also a streamer, or is this a company, or what is it? This GTX?
They're all streamers.
I see. So
some foundation, like Bungie Foundation, it's just something else, GCQ or GQC. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So basically, what they're doing is that it's a sort of a charity, runs a platform for the streamers to come in, stream games at the same time, to be doing fundraising, and that Well, it's taken off in a very, very big fashion in the US. We are really, I could say, still at the kind of Stone Age level over here. Not many charities had been connected to the video gaming platforms, and mine, fortunately, has been involved with quite a few online entities. That includes also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and they have a department that deals with charitable fundraising. They're very, very forthcoming and very enthusiastic and energetic, so which is terrific. I just think a lot more work needs to be done to beef up on the infrastructure. And in the US you have a lot more of that, but at the same time in the US there's a much greater need for many of these charities in the other way the health system works. In here we have obviously charities operating alongside the health services, but the initial remedy for the problems will always be within the national health, and then you have longer term rehabilitation or longer term treatments that will go to primarily various charitable organizations for that. So that's the link, and I think in the US there's a huge pressure for the charities to be supported first, because many people go to charities in order to receive that degree of assistance and help, unless they're on some particular kind of health insurance. Or I'm not really at home with the overall ins and outs of the system in the US to do with the health insurance policies and everything, but I've seen that there's been a lot of saber rattling between political parties, and I know some people obviously who are involved in the health service in the US, so I'm not, I've got some ideas, but it's very difficult for us to understand how the whole thing works, as it is different from state to state, right? It's not the same everywhere, and then different states will have different kinds of systems, and I still think that the overall development on that front in the US is much greater than what we've seen over here, and I'm amazed with how quickly it is ascending and progressing forward. I think that's amazing, and obviously want to support it 100%, not just with the Bungie Foundation but also other charities, and Tiltify has a whole big selection of places that I've never heard of, all of them based in the US, and I have just very few our own UK-based charities, but it's fine, as the ones I support generally are on the list. Some of the biggest ones like Shelter and Red Cross and Mind, and these ones. So it's quite amazing. But I didn't realize that was happening today. So it's very likely that lots of streamers and people were basically siphoning off the traffic as well as the algorithms towards that particular entity. It's hard to tell how these algorithms work. That's definitely a mystery to us all. I've seen, for instance, the times that get very busy with Destiny 1 in terms of the UK time will be between, I got it, I'll have a look at that. I'll definitely have a look at that. It's marathon as well. They're probably running 24-hour stream or something like that.
GCX.
Yeah, so the
So
gaming.
that first person that was on this morning that was playing Destiny 1 is called King Gothalion.
Yeah, I've got him on my list. He's one of the main Destiny 1 streamers. He does. He's a regular streamer, and he has a long time community of almost 10, not 10 years. Well, some people would have been playing Destiny with him, I guess, when the game came out. But then Twitch wasn't around. Twitch came up maybe a few years later, so people just migrated to the Twitch forums in addition to doing it through his whatever it is, PC or PlayStation connection. And Now I was going to say that I've seen that for Destiny streams, the big traffic tends to be in terms of the UK hours between 11 o'clock AM and about 4:30 PM. That is a lot of people keep coming in, and then after 4:30 it subsides. And really, theoretically, if you think, you'd imagine on the regional level, if you're looking at Europe, the vast majority of people will be streaming after 6 o'clock PM, because they finished work, they came back home, or they depart from their studies, and there's some free time. But the actual traffic is very very scarce compared to what you get early in the day. So it has to do with the algorithms, in the same way as you get sometimes the same issue with Twitch, not Twitch, but Twitter and Instagram, they have some sort of system to which they're identifying how many hashtags you put in there and what types of hashtags they are. So if, for instance, the hashtags are like Barbie, the film that's come out on Friday, and you have several which are linked to this, due to the fact that this is a very popular hashtag, they'll be picking up on everything you put on your posting. So you have huge traffic, right? But let's say you put there Barbie, and then you put 3 or 4, 5 other hashtags that are not attracting any sort of traffic, or not having an interest, then you won't be getting anyone, because the algorithm will decide that that's of no interest to anyone. It's just, I mean, they're talking about AI in the future, but you know, I watched this already for quite some time, and it's been around, and I'm sure that it will have you know, a serious effect on the way people work and operate. And but huge strikes in the US about this, right? Like the actors are on strike and the writers, and Hollywood at the moment is not operating due to this. And it is, on my understanding, the strike is about the integration of the AI into the overall industry, the way it works. So I don't know, we'll have to wait and see, really. Yeah. What's the weather like out there today?
Oh, it's nice. About 78 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's quite warm. Quite warm, yeah.
Yeah, if I can wrap this stuff up, I might step outside for a bit.
That's
touch
good.
the grass.
Yeah, when you go outside, is it like foresty area, or is it sort of urban or suburban?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're right in the middle of the forest.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, that's really well. I shouldn't really complain because I'm not in the forest, but our town is surrounded by, you know, the nature reserve and lots of nature, so it doesn't take me longer than maybe 10-15 minutes to get into the wild, and I can enjoy. Well, we don't have really massive forest as such, but there's one section there that has, you know, quite a few trees, like a nice park, and makes a world of difference to me and to everyone else. And then when I go to neighboring towns, it's a fantastic riverside walk. So, you know, it's plain, it's on the level, you don't go up and down, but it's just wonderful. You can enjoy the nature, and particularly on a nice day. I've got to say, the weekend's been very, very drizzly, on and off, and we had a bit of a respite when I went to St. Leonard's yesterday. So I was for a couple of hours. On the way back, it began to drizzle again, and today again. Just now, I was just considering what to wear when I go to the swimming pool, and it's yet again very drizzly, raining.
Swim
but
trunks.
Yeah, well, you know,
Sure you have those on, Dan.
those always come with me first. It happened to me once. I went there and I forgot to bring them with me. So, but you know, as the swimming pool is literally 5 minutes away from me, and no problem in going back. It's different if I was still in my old place in London. Then it would take me about 45-50 minutes to get to the swimming pool, and then if I forgot something, you know, what could I do? Just purchase it there straight away if it wasn't, you know, anything major. Otherwise it'd be going back and forth, going back home, and but the weather in Europe is horrific. They're just, you know, fires in Greece are just unbelievably big. Some of these isles of Rhodes, you know, the islands off Greek coast, they had to be evacuating more than 10-15,000 people due to these fires. It's unbelievable. It's like the biggest operation in Greek history, and the fires are just relentless due to the heat. The heat is still there, 40 degrees plus. Milan today had another massive big, it wasn't a tornado, but, you know, hurricane style wind. So I don't know what is going on, when this is going to subside. And in the area that I used to visit, which is called Alto Adige, that is in the Dolomites, you know, the Alps, North Italy. I mean, it's been Italian since the First World War, and I've been there many times, and the weather conditions could be, I wouldn't say severe, but fairly unpleasant, with a lot of rain and wind, etc. But this time it was just biblical flooding and massive winds which destroyed people's roofs and obliterated properties, and obviously being high up, you know, the area there is between 1,400 to about 3,000 meters above the sea level. So when the wind strikes, it really does strike in there. There's no way you can hide anywhere. So, you know, that's just the way things are today. Well, I think there's got to be swimming next for me. The time is running out for the stream as well. I've done some CVS and that was quite good fun. And our regulars were not here today. I guess they probably would have gone to the other forum, would have watched some of the activities there. But you know,
I can't. Gail, Gail pop in.
Yeah, she did pop in earlier.
My stream and said hi and hung out for a little bit.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Well, Gail's been doing golfing and swimming and running, and that's terrific. That's just, you know, looks like there are some sports facilities nearby where she lives, and I mean, this channel is all about, you know, healthy living, running your life as healthily as possible. So the guys who want to be doing 24-hour streams, or you know, having 6 liters of Coke next to their PC setup, they don't really gel with us too well. They see all these messages about healthy living, and the funniest thing that I spotted amongst many streamers is, you know, because they get partnered with certain companies, and what they will do is they will be offering the drinks that come from the company that they're partnered with that are very unhealthy, like energy drinks, very high caffeine levels and sugar levels and everything, and they keep drumming it. That's the best thing you can do, you know, do streams and drink this and you'll be more energetic. And I find that to be not particularly useful. On the other hand, there are people on Instagram I've seen who are running online sessions linked to healthy living, with diet in particular, you know, how to make vegetarian food and how to cook healthily, and that's very interesting. It also does got a pace. Certain streamers on that platform will get many people. I mean, Instagram obviously dominates the traffic with hashtags, and they can have many thousands of people coming in and watching. The only difficulty for me there is it is a bit disjointed. Could be anyone coming in, and it's just like lots of different people who are not particularly interested in the content. They're just popping in order to have a look and then depart. So, you know, one of those things. But anyway, thanks very much for joining us, and thanks very much for supporting our campaign and everything that we were doing on the weekend and in general. And I wish you a very good afternoon, early evening, and hopefully you'll be able to enjoy that lovely forest and a bit of fresh air. And then we'll catch up tomorrow.
Sounds good. You have a good night.
Likewise, yeah. Take care, sir. All the very best.
Yep, you too.
Indeed.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Well, my dear friends, I'm back, but I've had some problems with the Stream Elements overlays. They didn't seem to be changing that be right back. I tried to change it really about 5 minutes ago, but it simply didn't want to be following my instructions. I'm not sure what's happening. Something to do with the remote access, I think. Anyway, as I said earlier, we've come to the end of our stream for today. I want to thank everyone for supporting both the channel as well as our community, and most importantly our charitable fundraising. Thank you all for popping in, saying hello, and listening to all that's been accomplished with the Bungie Foundation fundraiser during the weekend, all the amounts which we raised and everything else. So thank you for that, much appreciated. As you heard from Zenith, neither of us are able to carry on with more activity tonight, and we'll get back to Destiny tomorrow at some point. For myself, it will be in the afternoon. Our regular streams are more or less back from 1 to 6 o'clock p.m. Today was a bit later than usual due to that fundraiser and all that's been going on in relation to it. So thank you for watching, and thank you for supporting us. Hope to see you all tomorrow. I hope that our Destiny veterans and community members will be again joining forces in order to defeat the darkness, something that I guess is going to be accomplished once we get the final shape out and once we get to the conclusion of Destiny Saga next year. But until that point, we can still carry on with our gaming activities, and we still can be tackling all the Omnigals and all the Sepic Primes of this world in this beautiful Destiny Bungie masterpiece. So thank you for watching, thank you for coming here today. I wish you all a very, very good night. See you all tomorrow, and take care.